one, two, a 1, 2, 3, 4. Nej, nu går det inte alls.
Hello? Hello. All right. We're here. We're back. Hello. Sakikakikak. Otherwise known as last time. Okay. So, we are going to... Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. So, I made some progress the other day. I managed to get this done. So, that's good. But yeah, we're getting an early start. We're going to be doing that a lot. Because I need to get through things. I really want to get through this. So, let me go ahead and import the ship. Actually, I'm going to warm up here real fast. If that was other than the usual. You get stuff out there every now and again that's very different. Renaissance drawings? Funny enough, I need to do studies of Renaissance painting more. So I do quite like the sense of color that they had at that time. Trying to really loosen up here. Hoping to get the whole page done today and a little bit more. My goal is I want to get to the point where I'm doing 2 pages a day. I need to get drawing books. It's not art, it's craft. Don't get me started. I am recommending it to me. Not a drawing guide, rather a collection of Renaissance drawings. Okay, so any kind of like collection. Funny enough, I do actually have a recommendation as far as if you want to get into drawing, like actually drawing methods and things like that, like actual methods, not like how to draw this one character, you know, draw these 2 circles and draw the rest of the character kind of stuff. Honestly, I mean, like, the thing about it is, like, a lot of that artwork, you know, is so old that you can find it. But if you want a good source for it, like physical print to look through, I'm not sure. Not get into drawing. I see. You won't even start. Eh, it's fair. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I'm sure stuff like that's out there. A lot of the time, though, I believe it's like, well, I guess you could find like one on the classics. I'm sure it's got to be out there. I'll keep an eye out. Truth be told, that reminds me, I have a bunch of art books I need to get through. Stuff on like the art of Atari and whatnot. Funny enough, there's actually a profile I follow on Twitter of a Russian-Armenian artist from, I think it was the 1800s. Did a lot of maritime painting. So boats and things like that, the ocean. Really cool stuff. He did a lot of pieces, man. It's crazy. Yeah, that's kind of the big thing, right? Like, that's why I don't really care about anime all that much. There's some fun series every now and again, but for the most part, it's a lot of stuff that it's not for me, right? That's what I try to kind of remember, because, like, there's a lot of stuff out there that just isn't for me. I don't blame you for that. I barely use it. I hardly even post on it. That's vaguely arm shaped. All right. Yeah, go figure. That's kind of social media in a nutshell. I have been trying a new one called Kara, and it's been kind of fun having just a platform that's just art right now, so hopefully it kind of stays on that. Yeah, well, it's spelled with the C, but yeah. So, okay, I think I'm warmed up here. All right, let's go and import. Oh. Okay. Wonder if it has RSS. I'm not familiar. Okay, so we need the ship. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about. I think a friend of mine, that's how he kind of handles everything. It is brand new, so who knows, maybe down the line. The big thing is, though, it's meant for image, and I don't, does RSS handle images? Because that's kind of what I like about it, is it's not like news and junk, it's an art site. And it's free of AI, which is nice. Well, then maybe eventually it'll be put into that site. Right now, it doesn't even have video stuff unless you use embedding. It honestly isn't that bad. right? I think that's right. RSS is a niche, though. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, a lot of social media is trying to kind of... I don't know about stuff like that specifically, but I remember... what's it called? Stupid Reddit decided to take away APIs. Screwed over a lot of people. So, you know. It still has RSS. Yeah, I can't remember if they went back on the whole API thing, because like a big thing was, I remember like API was necessary for like so that like the blind could get there or interact with it or whatever. And it's like, okay. Guess they don't get to have Reddit anymore, but I don't know, maybe better off. Then again, I do actually use Reddit, but only as in like, and by use I mean go on Reddit to look up obscure like troubleshooting things. Still has RSS. Yeah, I never really used, wow, is it really? Social media enough to justify getting into like RSS and that sort of thing. I actually kind of want to touch. Or even news outlets or anything like that. Yeah, I never really got into that stuff though, just in general. Reminds me though, unfortunately my website is now, it technically exists as, I think, as a free Wix site now, but I gotta rebuild it and rehost it. Actually, I don't even know if it exists that way. Yeah. Hmm. Actually not quite correct. Hold on. Let's screw that up. It would actually be like this. Otherwise, her body would be shifted more. Well, maybe I can do a slight turnover. Yeah, it sounds like it was built to be a very specific, for a very specific purpose. But man, is it not like that's a lot of like, especially like open source like protocols and systems and stuff like that. That you can just like get into. But man, when one of them is like exactly what you're looking for, oh yes. It is kind of crazy how much stuff just sort of exists out there. In terms of just like really niche software. Like I remember when I got into home brewing, coming across like file management stuff, or I remember I had a drive, a thumb drive that was it kept losing its directory, and it was super irritating. And so I figured out using something called boot ice how to give that back, stuff like that. I'm actually hold on. I need to actually work out the body and junk, because that's going to be a factor. So it's next going back like that, which means that body is actually, I do want her to look a little bit smaller. I'm gonna have to think this through a little more. Okay. Let me think about the leg here. Might need to shift her down some. I really should be doing this on its own layer. That way I don't have to worry about the... Wait, hold on. So... Not exactly an easy pose to start the day on. I knew this page was going to be tricky. Although this page isn't as tricky as some of the others I have planned. Not sitting on the beam, unfortunately, so I gotta rethink this. Hold on. So actually come down here. Or more like this, perhaps? Yeah, that would be more comfortable. So let's do that. Don't worry about that later. like maybe a little skinny. Maybe a little long as well. That's easily adjusted. And we can kind of, the nice thing is we can kind of cover things up here. The, what do I want to listen to? Man, it's so frustrating. Like, freaking. I know what I want to listen to. I can't listen to it though. Let's throw this one. I might be able to do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. Whatever, I'll just play this. Whatever. Yes, because that's how legs work. Let me just put a few more things down there. I'm actually gonna put it back like this against the shoulder. That will better. That'd be kind of hard. About how tall it would be though. Yeah, she'd definitely have a hard time throwing this thing. looks really unnatural. I'm sitting up. Maybe the thighs a little more? Yeah, hold on. Allow me to this down. Let me redo this. Let me rethink this. I have no idea if I can play this song, but we're gonna find out. Hold on. Actually gonna have the foot more forward like that. There we go, that's better. Still not perfect, but wait, is that? Yeah. Do that, otherwise it's going to get too convoluted. It's kind of tough doing like tighter poses because you're having to compete space a lot. So you're kind of building into the pose a lot. But most people sit like that, so I don't know how to do it. Or I guess that. Sure, we'll go with that. Okay, so head slightly turned, which means mask. And this is why I started at 2 in the afternoon instead of my usual time. I knew it was going to take a while. There we go. Okay. What's the next song? Technically I can do this song. I might just do some macro blank, I don't know. But what I really want to listen to right now is Elder. Unfortunately, Elder is under Orchard. If you haven't heard, Orchard is a piece of garbage and is making it really freaking hard for people to use any of their music, including, unfortunately, like really unfortunately, home for like videos and stuff like that. Orchard is Nintendo. It's basically the Nintendo of music, from what I heard. It's under Sony, so big surprise there. But yeah, apparently it's been just a huge hassle lately. Honestly, though, man, I watched a video about a serious security flaw, more or less a security flaw within YouTube itself and under music. And I can't remember exactly all the details and everything like that, but more or less, people are able to hijack not just other people's music, but essentially the entire like history of that music. In other words, like all the views and all the likes and all the like the content itself, basically. It's this crazy loophole. It's currently being abused. Yeah, it's bad. There's one, who was it? Ghost Data or something like that has been dealing with it for months, if not years. It's crazy. It's one of those things too where it's like, if a smaller creator were to be hit by that, smaller music creator that, you know, maybe gets a lot of views, right? So they're a target, but still like doesn't have any resources or anything like that. If they were to get hit by it, like there's pretty much nothing they can do, right? It's like YouTube's not going to do anything. Burn convention? I'm not familiar. Oh, what's really crazy though is it has the potential to go beyond music. There were cases where people were basically were taking other people's videos, extracting the audio, and I'm talking about like if I were just talking here, they could do it with my voice right now, right? And they were to copyright that audio of me just talking, they would be able to claim ownership over it. All states not at some point. It's the reason the minimum copyright is at least 50 years after death. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that that's the issue, because even if we were to go back to the original copyright standards, which was about 25 years, you know, that's not the issue. The issue is that people are copywriting things they shouldn't be able to copyright. And it's all automated. The real issue is the whole, we've automated everything. Copyright in and of itself is the ultimate cause. You gotta be careful with that. Less than that, even less than the need to automate it. Kind of, but at the same time, like, things can get screwy in the other direction as well. I do think that the copyright laws and have some major glaring issues. But I think the length of a copyright is one of the lesser of that. I think if you were to actually instate what a copyright means, more or less, and the credence is given beyond the copyright, then, you know, you would have less of an issue. Let's see. Oh shoot, I definitely can't play this. Unfortunately. That's a really cool song. I wonder if that 3 seconds of me playing that's gonna get tagged. Probably. I've had that happen. I had like 2 seconds of freaking Little Dark Age play at one point and it got tagged. Let's just do freaking crap, man. Like you. Now that I can agree on. I think that when you try to kind of like make rules to stop other rules and stuff like that, you're more likely to introduce other loopholes. Scale is another kind of issue, I would say. I would actually say that the big thing isn't necessarily the fact that there is a copyright, it's that there's kind of this all or nothing mentality, right? It's like there is this kind of guilty by association mentality when it comes to, like, for example, music on YouTube. It's like, oh, you're playing this song on your stream, right? Oh, then you must be taking spins away, right? Automatically. Doesn't matter. And then on top of that, it also really comes down to the objectives of the business versus the individual. Because a lot of creators, right? And truth be told, you know what? I think that a big thing that would solve this issue is that the rights to the protection of the music and such not be held by a corporation that's looking to place a number on something so that they can get investor money, right? There's a lot of what it comes down to is a lot of times creators are like, yeah, who gives a crap? Like, you're just introducing the music to more people, right? But that's not the game that the investors play or the companies play. Well, that's what I'd say. It's, well, kind of. Not initially, right? And I would say not overall, but certainly it's been abused in that fashion. Also, sketching. I mean, this style is always kind of sketching. It's kind of how this style works. The problem is when people figure out how to game the system, it becomes a hassle. It becomes a landmine for everyone else. Or a minefield for everyone else, just trying to interact, as it were. Okay, now, so this leg's gonna be up. Well, in that you can't sell it, but copyright has never been able to withhold you from purchasing and then delivering something. So I would say that that's a bit of a stretch. Now, in recent times, again, like when people start stretching things, right? And one thing that we're really experiencing now is the clamping down of like, do you own this or not, right? Because it used to be like, okay, you legally own like this book. You can do whatever you want with it so long as you don't like take it, copy it, and sell it, right? But for example, if you were to purchase 50 copies of a book and donate it to like a school library or give them out or whatever, then that, like, there's nothing that copyright's going to do about that. Or more importantly, if you wanted to discuss that book, right? Or that film or whatever, right? You know, that's not copyright. That's where things fall apart. That is an abuse of YouTube's systems, because that isn't covered. Well, I think that, again, we're leaving the realm of what initially copyright was supposed to be, and we're entering in what it's used to kind of abuse, right? But if you actually, like, okay, let's think about what copyright is. It's like, this is owned by someone for the means, like as far as production goes, right? That's it. Discussion and engagement has nothing to do with that, at least initially. This isn't right. Hold on. I did that wrong. Yes, but again, that's beyond the realm of what copyright should be. I mean, if you go back and label it, oh, copyright's the issue, then sure, like, that checks out. But again, that's not what copyright should be. That wasn't its initial purpose. And in all honesty, it still isn't the initial purpose. That's an abuse without without grounding. they just can get away with it because they have the deeper pockets. That's what it really comes down to, in my opinion. That doesn't make any sense, though, because for 100 years, if you were to write something about someone else's product, there's like, what would they have done? Copyright, I don't know where copyright would have expanded into that point. Where are we? Well, at that time, didn't the state own everything? Well, see, but that's okay. So, but once copyright, if you will, came into the hands of the individual, because yeah, like I see what you're saying now in regards to, okay, if you're talking about a system whereby the state is allowing you to, not the state. Well, then what are you like? Back then, states gave only certain printing press companies individuals rights to print this or that text. Yeah, but it's still coming from the state. The state's the one that initiates it. They're the ones who determines what's essentially right or wrong, and that's where freedom of the press came into play in, with the Bill of Rights of the United States. What changed was the French notion of selling the right. I still think that's barking up the wrong tree, though. Because now we're essentially talking about two different systems. We're talking about one where individuals are able to reserve the right to a work they created, right, absent of the state but recognized by it, versus one where you have to go through the state to, even if you essentially, like, if you were to write something, if it's not approved by the state, no, you can't, kind of stuff. And that's where, in theory, Like I was saying, like for example, under has always been the way to enforce this right. Yes, but that depends on what the right actually is, right? We're using the same term for two different things. I will say this is an interesting conversation. It does make it a little bit hard to concentrate. What are our eyes? I just forget what our eyes look like. Okay. Because I think what we're discussing is essentially how isn't length of copyright, it's how far does one's copyright extend in terms of control over, you know, beyond your typical proximities, right? If I were to write a review about something, a movie, a book, a show, or whatever, an article, like a rebuttal against someone else's article or whatever, I believe what you're saying is essentially, initially, that copyright would extend to that 1700s Germany and state, stuff like that, would be recognized as that, right? Idea X censor Y under certain conditions, and that I believe. So we can both agree, most definitely, that within any kind of copyright legislation is an overstep. But I don't think that has to do with the length of the term. I think that's the root of the issue, right? But I would say if a creator of a book or a work wants to maintain the right to publish that book and sell it as an individual or even as a company, I don't think that's necessarily the issue. I think that it's any kind of, it's the, as you put it, it's beyond, it's that censorship aspect that actually defies freedom of speech in a lot of ways. And I think that's where we have a lot of issues. Well, again, it's dependent on the goal. If the goal of the copyright is to make it so that the individual who created it to have the right to of distribution of that product, mind you, not of anything else, I wouldn't call that censorship. But if that copyright extends to that creator being able to revoke the ability of another individual to review it poorly or give their own thoughts on that work, then yes, I would agree with you. And if that, and I can believe that it has been used both in the fashion of when it was first conceived. I can absolutely believe that, and I can absolutely believe that that's how it's used nowadays, because we see that a lot. I guess my point being, I do believe in creative sovereignty. And what I mean by that isn't the external, it's the internal. It's what did you create and what do you want to do with it? An article created by someone else is their creation. That's their copyright, right? I guess the way that I would describe censorship in this instance, because I don't think it's censorship. I'll put it this way. I don't think it's censorship if something is publicly available in some capacity, monetarily or otherwise, even if you're not allowed to like just upload it on a website, right? Now that gets into the question, okay, should certain information be held behind a monetary value? And that's a whole other discussion for another time, but I wouldn't call that censorship because that information is available in some capacity or another, right? However, what is censorship, again, would be if your notion of control over a product extends to, no, you can't even talk about it. Now, perhaps that depends on the information. Like if, well, but that would be your right as the individual of that information. I was going to say, like, for example, if like a hospital or something like that made you pay a fee to get your medical documents, but that's your personal information, you have a right to it. Yeah, I suppose that is something where we disagree, but again, I say censorship, because here's the thing: it by your own means would extend to you talking about the product, right? In my opinion, but that's not the same as just well. And here's another thing: you like so if you were to walk up to someone else and say, "Hey, what'd you think of the movie?" And they said, "Oh, I thought it was pretty good. Here, you can borrow it. I have it. Like, here's the DVD. This is my DVD. I'm going to give it to you." That's their means, right? Yeah, probably, honestly. But I do think it is interesting. Well, I think that where that comes into play, that's an interesting idea, is the concept of what does it mean to distribute, right? And the internet, that's where the internet gets weird, because like if something is so publicly available that literally anyone anywhere could get it, then that's different than you even making like a copy of a DVD or something like that and giving it to a friend, right? Because I mean, you used to be able to do stuff like that, right? You used to be able to just like record stuff off of TV, right? And make tapes for people, that sort of thing. On ownership itself, yeah. I just think that you can get into some trouble when no one has a right to how they handle their own creation, right? That's where I think that you can really start getting yourself into trouble. And I'm speaking about that in regards to as being a creator. Yeah. At the end of the day, I think we can agree that if this conversation reveals nothing else, it's that copyright as it is screwed up in some capacity or another. I think most everyone would agree with that, actually. Yeah, probably. I'm hoping that this page doesn't take me 15 years as well. How do I... Actually gonna... Not that big. Man, she got a big head. Maybe more like that. It's kind of funny how big the head is, you know? It kind of covers it up. Yeah, honestly. For the most part, I always try to make it a discussion more than anything. I'm not necessarily ever trying to even persuade. I'm always looking for information. I mean... I never really much cared for debate. I think that debate is kind of counterintuitive in a lot of ways, personally. I never really found that it was the best way to actually get information. Or figure something out. Perhaps in certain scenarios, but I think it's overused in a lot of regards. Over-glorified, perhaps. Yeah. Exactly. No, I agree with that. Yeah, showmanship. I just realized the top of her head's gonna be covered anyway, so. Yeah, that sort of thing, yeah. The sport, if you will, of debate. Well, and it doesn't help that I'm talking and you're having to type. Yeah, I don't think I'd be a salesman either. I can't even sell my own books. Yeah, maybe. So again, her leg's gonna be, or maybe, no. Shape wise, well, I'm kind of like, I'm trying to figure out, because like the pose, I decided to have her leg up on the thing instead of down like I initially was doing. It just made more sense. And now I'm kind of trying to figure out if she should swing her leg down here. I don't think so, though. But that does mean I'm going to have to... I'm also going to have to do... We're sitting on the boat. Oh, I'm thinking of doing the leg swinging or up still. And I'm talking about that leg because I don't have that leg figured out specifically. This leg will be straightforward enough. This one, it's always tricky when you have one leg elevated because like legs are really weird, man. Like the way that they like connect in junk. It's like they're like a whole thing to sort out. That. But I do believe. Hold on. Well, especially the parts that really connect. Well, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that it's the length that matters, right? Oh, wait, the nerve, I see. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. Say that again. Alright. I am going to. I always forget that tongue rolling isn't universal. Oh, I see. Interesting. Does the thigh seem a little long? I'm not gonna worry about it for now. I was gonna say, I know the answer to that because I'm an animator. The body's designed to balance against itself. In relation between the, well, technically the head, the rib cage, and the pelvis. That's why the spine is the single most important part to establishing a strong pose. Is because it's what everything is balanced against. So the spine is the root of what's called the line of action, and the line of action is can be used to create a dynamic or a static pose. That actually is part of the reason why I always start with the head, is so that I also start with the spine. At least I'm thinking about the tip of the spine. okay. Yeah, her legs are a little skinny. It's kind of funny, as I've gotten better at drawing, I'm doing more, like, anatomical things with my drawing. So, like, the way I draw legs and stuff like that. Because initially, when I started drawing this character, it was very, you know, stylized and everything like that. But I always kind of knew I was going to get better, so there was a purpose kind of built into the story for that. Anatomy. Anatomy is really important. Let's see. Now, the only other issue is how this connects up. Let's do that. And then we'll do a bit of the sash as well, because I'm not entirely sure how much of the sash is going to be covered up. The other part's hanging down. It will definitely be covered up, but I don't know how much yet. These two panels should be hopefully simple enough. This one will be kind of tricky. And then we have this page, and I want to try to get to this page. I might just keep this as like a really open, like white space. I don't know yet. The boat kind of disappears in the moment. Yeah, no, that's... Yeah. Lesson 1 is use reference. Draw from reference. You do have to be a little bit careful of that, though, because, for example, when I would use my hand as a reference for, like, her hands, for example, it kind of looked funny because, obviously, my hands are kind of big. So it can kind of... You gotta, like... The big thing is to always remember to, like... focus on learn how to where the variance is, right? And I will say, like, really big, like, strong hands are a lot easier to draw because they're more like, you know, blocks. There's so much more mass on them, and so they're much more defined. Smaller hands, more like, I guess you could say delicate hands, are a lot more subtle. And no, I haven't actually. Hypermobility, I think my brother has that. Kind of minor, but a little bit. Just a little bit of that. His elbows go beyond 180 degrees. Okay, let's do... Okay, so... push this back. And let's... I just had to give her this robe thing that she tucks up. But it looked cool. And gave her some character. And now... Okay. Actually, this would probably fall back down here, and this would, or maybe something like that, and this would go here. That a bit. This would actually be here, and we would actually see both those, and possibly, yeah. Well, and then but okay, yeah, that's it. Okay, this is coming from here, and as is this. Man, this kind of came out crazy. But I think I figured it out, so that's good. Drawing sometimes, especially in this style, is kind of like a puzzle in a lot of regards. I'm gonna figure out how the pieces fit together, especially when you don't use reference. What is my style? That's a very good question, and I don't really put a lot of stake in it. I tend to work off of line. I mean, here's the kind of the fact of the matter. Like, if you know your stuff, my goal is never to chase after a style, because the fact of the matter is, if you know your fundamentals, you can draw anything, right? Whatever you want, right? However you want. And so I don't really think a lot about style all that much. I will say this, I do like the style of this book is described through line. So describing shape through line, inspired by the work of Mobius, and negative space, open space. So that's what. There might be. I'd be curious. Like I said, the biggest inspiration on this specific style is Mobius. Okay, so now let's figure out the mask here. A much flatter mask. That's what it's carved from. Like the Mobius strip? Yeah. Well, and that's the paradox, right? It only has one side. Yeah, no, Mobius strips are kind of bizarre when you think about them. Pretty cool stuff. Where? That's a little long. Oh yeah, no, antenna and radio and stuff like that. It's friggin' magic, man. It's great. Well, and I think that's one thing that I've talked to people about this. I think that like fantasy writers and people who want to make like, you know, magic systems and junk like that can learn a lot from studying physics. And what I mean by that is I find it really ironic that you make a magic system and everything that's to be known about that magic system is like all written down, right? In a lot of them, right? Whereas, you know, we're still discovering new things about how freaking astrophysics work. I think that it really pays when it comes to magic to learn how to not build a system, but construct laws around an idea. Things that people come up with, theory, you know? That's when it gets cool. Oh man, yeah, no, I watched a really good video a little while back that finally put into really like a compact like form special relativity, and it like finally made sense. But man, that stuff gets, man, I have every now and again I go out online and I try to wrap my head around it, and it's just like, man, I'm still trying to kind of sort it out. It's crazy. Like the Doppler effect makes sense because you're traveling so you're traveling in a manner that light is reaching you at different times, right? Or rather, you're because you experience the light at the same time and all that kind of stuff, observer effect and whatnot, but you're dilating it, right? You're dilating that relation. Oh, you're talking, okay, yeah, color Doppler. Yes, yes. Yeah, I can't remember what the other thing is called. Yeah, because the wavelengths are shifting, and it's the same thing as sound waves, but sound just travels so much slower. The wave peaks, yes, yeah. Okay, yeah, yeah. That makes sense. Oh, that is interesting. And that makes more sense, honestly. Yeah, once you start getting into those like little nitty-gritty things with light and energy and whatnot, man, it gets so bizarre. I actually I have a series I wanna use to kind of play around like with funny ideas regarding all of that stuff. It follows a what is it? A theoretical physicist, an engineer, and a like public relations, like their lawyer, basically, their public relations guy. And it's a cartoon, so it's completely goofy, but it has stuff like that, like the engineer guy accidentally creating a basically figuring out how to turn matter into energy, aka send matter at the speed of light somewhere, and decides to make a pizza delivery service. So it's literally pizza at the speed of light. And the great part about it is it cooks it on the way there. But the problem is that he basically made an antimatter cannon. So stuff like that. So there's not going to be much more than a crater there for the when it arrives, but you know, it's pizza at the speed of sound. You can't beat that. Okay, I actually need to draw the hand first. I'm actually gonna say she has. Yeah, that's not correct. But yeah, that's a fun idea. I need to figure out what I'm gonna do with it. I think I'm doing like little short like comic strips with it first. And then kind of turning it into more down the line, possibly. It's gonna be like this. Time is at 4:35. I might need to take a break here. Just stand up. That's one thing that you kind of think about. You know, that much energy. It's kind of why I read an interesting book. I've talked about it before, but it kind of shifted my perspective on the idea of power and the way that I write power, because I think that the interest is in the details, the really fascinating stuff when it comes to a character. You're going to find it in the way that their nature reflects on the world, right? So if you have like this super ultra powered guy can move at Mach 10, all that kind of stuff, but his environment doesn't reflect that, then it doesn't come across. There's this disconnect, essentially. And I feel like there's a lot of characters kind of written like that, a lot of stories written like that. We'll just do this. You tear the metal, exactly, right? Well, and it's those things, those natural sort of the natures that if you expand on and develop will make the story more interesting, right? And it doesn't have to be like crazy in depth, right? You don't have to like create a simulation of within your story or whatever, but if you can kind of give yourself some kind of like you think it through, right, then it becomes a lot more interesting, in my opinion. I say that, but I wrote a freaking sand ship that works by pumping air into the sand. No idea if that would physically work, right? Probably not, but it's cool, so there's some liberties you can take. Yeah, that's something I thought about. If someone could like, if like someone was able to perceive of like a difference in like a change in like frame or something like that, yeah, watching movies would be a lot less exciting. Everything would look like a slideshow. Well, so the way that the ship works is you only see about I don't know, like a third of it. The rest is under the sand. It's this huge array of pipes that pump air into the sand. And basically the process, it's called like liquidification or something like that. A species of lizard uses it to essentially make the sand work more like water. Yeah. And there is there's a thematic reason for that. It's not just because I thought it was cool, right? Although it is. But like, so it's not necessarily like I didn't do it to like show off my knowledge of physics. Because clearly I don't know anything if I think that a sand ship like this would work. Because you still have to deal with the density of the sand, and it probably isn't going to work. I mean, well, okay, because you're moving through it, right? So technically, on like I wonder, would it almost operate like a non-Newtonian fluid if you tried to sail through it? That'd be interesting. Come for the art, stay for the physics lesson. I mean, basically. Yeah, I'm not sure. You'd sink though? Well, so keeping this in mind, a bowling ball floats in sand that's been liquidified, I'm pretty sure. Because it's still the density of sand. Good to see you, King Bob. At least I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure I've seen a bowling ball float in sand that's been put through that. As long as you buoyance yourself. I'm not sure, but I will say this. Not to spoil anything, but if you would indeed sink into the sand, like all the way down, that's actually a good thing for a future part in this story. So I'll give you some foreshadowing with that. Theoretically possible? Yeah, which that's good enough for me. This is a fantasy world, so. And like I said, thematically, there's a reason for it thematically. That he's making sand like water. Yeah, I'm not sure. It'd be really hard to test that, though, I imagine, because actually, yeah, because you would need an area big enough to fit a boat. It wouldn't have to be a huge boat, but then you would have to have it create that effect all throughout. It could be done, but boy, that'd be a lot of work. I don't know, what would sailing that be like? Because I imagine, like, I mean, it moves a lot like water, but at the same time, because it's relying on the air to make it like that, as it shifts, like if it were to bank up, that would change the density of it. Kind of. I don't know, actually. I don't think it actually operates like a non-Newtonian fluid. Well, maybe it does, though. Because if you change the density, because that's how I think non-Newtonian fluids work, is when they're struck, when kinetic energy is pushed into them, you're essentially changing the density right there. But if you press your finger down, then it allows it to move. You found a demonstration. Ooh. Shoot, I still don't know how to make it so that you can send. Yeah, see, no, I watched that. The sand hot tub. Yeah, no, that's exactly where I got the idea. And if I'm not mistaken, like if you watch the video, can you tell me if he puts a bowling ball in there and it floats? Because I think he did. Because that would mean that the density of the sand is still playing a factor in whether or not something is buoyant within that. And I think it is. And so that's why you have a giant stone ship, which is this, that's able to float. Ping pong balls at the start, yeah. I think later on when he builds the hot tub, maybe it's a basketball, maybe, shoot, it might be a basketball. Can't remember. A soccer ball, yeah, maybe it's a soccer ball. Boy, maybe I mistook it as a 20%. Which way is it? It's up. Tennis balls. So everything that has air in it that would have some means of floating. I mean, I can always write it off as mysticism. Basketball 2, okay. Crap, did I... Boy, did I mistake it as a... This is why I don't write sci-fi. It's really hard sci-fi. Bunch of plastics. Those would float, probably. In water as well. The more I think about it, because you're changing the density, technically speaking. Like the... Well... Are you, though? You kind of are. Man, yeah, it's a weird thing. Yeah, low mass to surface volume, for sure. I don't know, maybe this whole thing should just sink. I mean, it does have a hole, so... Yeah, object volume and gravity. So yeah, you are changing the density, yeah. Because otherwise, a bowling ball can sit, or a basketball can sit on top of sand, right? It's not going to move through the sand. Because the molecules aren't that separated. A bowling ball sinks. Well, I thought it floated. I must have just misremembered. Unfortunately, I don't know how to make links work, but I'll take your word for it. Honestly, that makes sense. the more you think about it. Whatever. I can just say it's engineered to work. Submarines are a thing. Yeah. Those use ballasts. Use it as a submarine. Well, maybe it has some kind of like ballast, right? Some kind of air ballast it uses to balance against it or something. Look into submarines. I'm not gonna. I never really go too much into the details, so we can just pretend it works. Actually, I do need to look into submarines more. For another project. I have a friend who really knows submarines, though, because he worked on one for 6 years. So I usually talk to him about them. Dang, I could have sworn a bowling ball floated. Oh well. On the bright side, what that means is that, yeah, you chuck someone into that, they'll sink. Well, like I said, it's a ballast. They have, they're able to pump air into, or pump water out and air in to, actually, it might even just be a vacuum, come to think of it, into an area in the ship that allows it to rise back up. Yeah, the nice thing is I'm not writing a sci-fi, so... And there is magic in this world, technically. So... Maybe it's like... Maybe the rock is, like, not dense. It's like pumice, or something like that. It's like a really tough pumice. That works. Pumice floats. Each fantasy is sci-fi if detailed enough. It's the reverse of Clarke's third law. As in Arthur? Is it Arthur Clarke? Guy who wrote Rama? Is that his name? You need sufficiently advanced technology. Yes, yes. Okay. I've never read Arthur Clarke's work. I have David Brin sitting on my reading couch. I still need to get through. I really enjoyed his book, The Practice Effect. That was a really fun read. That's actually a neat idea. Basically, the character goes to another, I guess, dimension, if you will, where the laws of entropy are reversed. So basically, if you give a task to, let's say, like you're using a stick to dig, it will successively get better and better at doing that task. It will develop into like more of like a shovel, basically. And so it kind of explores a society built around that concept. And so things like technology don't really exist because everything always got better. It's an antimatter universe. Funny enough, that kind of is the premise a little bit. Matter going back in time. Is that true? I know that like the theoretical particle, like tachyon particles and things like that, can in theory go back in time, or rather a signal can be received. It's the pop sci explanation. Okay. Yeah, how black hole radiation works. Pushes the matter member away. I do know that black holes expel energy. I guess I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with the mechanism, the theoretical mechanism. Antimatter falls into the black hole since it's too close, pushes the matter member. Interesting. Huh. That would be worth looking into. I am curious about that. Okay. You know, you always see stuff like this, and there's a lot of like junk that just is sensationalized. But I thought I saw something in regards to this, that white holes were possible, or that there was some indication that they were out there. But that might have been just sensationalism. A universe in a nutshell. As according to modern physics. Oh, interesting. Huh. Well, and wormholes are just that. They're a whole other can of worms. This is why holes violate energy and matter conservation. Well, isn't the idea that... what is it? See, I'm trying to, like, because white holes and black holes are always used in games. It's like, oh, the matter goes in here, it comes out here, right? But that's not it. But there is some kind of, like, reflection, isn't there? Something so impossible. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's basically the opposite of a black hole. An anti-singularity. Yeah. Yeah, that would be weird. Which breaks everything, yes. Yeah, okay, yeah. Boy, it's been a long time since I've looked into all this stuff. Probably should look into it more. It's cool stuff. I remember there was like a whole thing a while back with quantum research where sensationalist articles were like, oh my gosh, scientists opened up a wormhole using quantum stuff. And it's like, no, we really didn't. That was just the term used to try to kind of like digest it. I can't remember the mechanism. I mean, someone broke down the mechanism for what they actually did. It was kind of cool. It was using, oh shoot, what was it using? It was I can't remember what it used, but yeah, it was pretty cool. Like the actual science of it's like cooler than the stupid article, right? Okay. So yeah, some particle physicists saw a weird result under certain conditions. Exactly. Yeah. Well, it's always highly specific because everything is designed to be highly specific. Because if you don't do it specifically, you won't see anything, or worse yet, you won't understand anything. It's like, how did we do that? I don't know. We did too many things at once. It's kind of like troubleshooting. Basically. Scientists are basically troubleshooting the universe. Yeah. What in the world? Yeah, I mean, that's basically what you're doing. You're like, okay, how does this work? Is it that tall? Yeah, it's actually a little bit taller, so... This thing's... Oh, wait. Yeah. Yeah. This thing's insanely tall. This would be scary. I mean, imagine a dude, a freaking, like, 8 or 9 foot tall dude who looks like this comes at you with a harpoon that's, like, 5 feet taller than he is. That's scary, man. I mean, I'm a scary dude. I didn't even mean to. It's a good thing he's a nice guy. I mean, really. Holy crap. I'll need to watch that movie again. That's a funny movie. Oh, man. Sax is actually from my own Discord, funny enough. He doesn't, I don't, unless you did join. I don't think you did there, last name. Drink with Crazies kind of side of things. That's a big handle. Yeah, no, last name, you've been watching me for a while, haven't you? Can't remember. I think we figured out how long the other day. Oh, this is gonna be fun. I need to actually draw this out. Hold on. Since I was 94, yeah, wow. Okay, that's going back there. Good grief. Yeah, because I changed that when I think when I became affiliated on Twitch, which was 2018. Man, wow. It's like late 2018 or something. Oh wait. That thumb's all kinds of screwed up. Kind of a weird hand, but whatever. Go with that. Okay. Actually, just realized, I didn't really do a whole lot there. regards to hatching. Probably should. All right. That was it. 5. Dang. How long have I been streaming for? Almost 3 hours. I'm gonna get some water. I made a sandwich. Does it mean it's ramen time? Not today. Tonight is burrito day. And for a very specific reason. One, I want burritos. Two, I make rice for my burritos. And that means leftover rice. And that means stir-fried rice, or egg-fried rice, with preserved chilies, chicken and ramen noodles. So I'm looking forward to that tomorrow. Oh, jeez. So, this one should be faster. Hopefully. Well, I guess it depends. Well, no, because there's no soup in a burrito. Oh. Didn't I? I think I watched. Did I watch someone make like taco ramen before? And basically what it was like you had fried tacos as the topper for a ramen. I feel like I watched someone do that. Maybe I dreamed it. Okay. This panel should be a lot faster. Oh wait, I'm not done here. Oh, hold on. Yeah, no, it looked really good. If I think that was a thing. Because, like, yeah, you can make ramen, like, out of anything, basically, right? It's just soup and noodles, basically. That's all it is. And different toppers, different oils, all that kind of stuff, right? So I want to say a friend of mine showed me that. There we go. And there were like sealed, more or less, right? Well, not sealed, but like, you know, you just gotta set them on top of the noodles. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should try that. I'd have to make soft tacos, fry them up. I might be getting my hands on an air fryer this summer though, so maybe that would be a good use of it. Um, it'd be straight, I think. Actually. Well, that's it for that. Now what? What have we got here? I guess I'll just do a macro blank. Oops. We'll do classic. The old reliable. Hey, Billy. Actually, that makes more sense. Hold on. fun of it. Yeah. Phone is done? Alright. I'm actually probably going to wrap up here on this stream in a little bit once I get this panel and these two panels done. I'll probably keep working off stream, but yeah, I'll be done streaming at least. Appreciate it. I'll go one. This one hopefully shouldn't be too much trouble either. Oh. I'd say this is coming along. My hand's maybe a bit long. I'm not sure yet. It's definitely a little long. Yeah, well, kind of doing it. We'll go with that though. Don't forget to stretch your wrists. I'm actually starting to feel that kick in. It's been a while since I've drawn for close to 4 hours straight. I may need to kind of ease myself into this. Okay. One more tough panel. What's the date today? It's the 11th. Okay, good. So after this, we'll have 9 more pages to do. Not too bad. Ideally, I want to try to get up to 2 pages a day. And if it's taking me about 4 hours to do a page, we can assume that would be a full 8-hour day. Might be able to do that. Next here. The legs are off. I'm gonna just stretch my back after this. Yeah, that doesn't look right. Not that in her face. This is still low. Maybe not. That doesn't make sense. No, the neck is going to be right here. There's a lot wrong with this. Hold on. I gotta rethink this. I have to rethink the torso. This works. How does this work? Because it's vague enough. Oh, sure. I knew this one was going to be tricky. Doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Okay. I might need to start over on the body. There's so much wrong with this. 1 second. Let's start over here. This isn't working. I think a big part of it is dimension of the legs. Okay, I'm gonna have to go this way. So I'm gonna avoid that, but otherwise it's gonna look terrible. Fail. The frick is this torso, man? Or let's go up here. That's better, I think. Oh, I'm starting to get tired. I will say crouched poses are tough stuff. Okay, what else can I listen to? Screw it, I'm putting on some Lorne. I should be able to get away with most Lorne. Wait. Oh, this just got a lot more complicated. It's probably gonna shut my stream down. Oh, never mind. Not complaining anymore. That's not how legs work. Hold on. It's getting smaller. Well, I thought I understood what I was going for with this pose, but I guess not. It's just coming out so stiff now. I should lower the shoulders more. The issue is a myriad of other things. Sure. Not least of which is the way I drew her face. Frick. Let me. Okay, maybe that does work. This doesn't, though. Henceforth, misread Lord of the Rings as loiter. That reminds me of if you take Zelda Ocarina of Time Randomizer and just pronounce the acronym for it, you get Zooter. Or Ooter, if you just go with Ocarina of Time Randomizer. I need to lower the eyes and the nose. Great. Raise this eye. That's better. Jeez, how long have I been going for? 4 hours? Okay. I swear I'm gonna get this panel tonight. I'll worry about that later. This isn't correct. Oh, that's what that is. Let me try something. There's something really wrong going on here. Try moving the head around. I think this is the right angle. So whatever. Okay, let's see. Let's just do luminist, I guess. Where is it? That's better. I need to define the other knee now. Actually, I am tempted. This in a touch. Maybe a little big. Hey, Guilty. Good to see you. Having a heck of a time with this pose. Maybe this far. I'm almost there, though. Okay. Now, she is crouched. Which means that it's going to be well above her head, and that's the middle. I can do it. Oh, I hope so. I'm trying. Oh God, am I trying? Actually. I gotta start exercising my shoulder again. Who would have thought doing this for 4.5 hours kinda puts a strain on you? What else have we got? Where's this other? There it is. Okay, it did come together, but boy, that was touch and go there for that whole thing. I need... Okay. Gotta call that there. I think there's a few other. Well, hold on. One more thing. There we go. Okay. Jeez. Oh man, been a long time since I've done a stream this long. Almost 5 hours. Okay. Well, we got the rest of the page done, thankfully. There's probably a few more things that I'll touch up in the future. But I'm pretty happy with that, generally speaking. It's a functional page. Boy, that took me a while to get that down there. Okay. Let's call it here, though. Alright, I'll be back. Maybe tomorrow for a shorter stream? I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll see. But I'll definitely be back on Thursday. So, got that going. Oh, whoops. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Like I said, I'll be back on Thursday. I'll definitely be doing these longer streams a lot more. Again, my hope is to get to doing 2 pages a day. I don't know if I'll stream that whole process because wearing headphones for that long is, I don't much care for that. But anyway, back on Thursday, maybe Wednesday. I don't know. I'll see you then. Have a good one. Goodbye.